In this life, there comes a time for everyone when they feel weary, a time when they look around and know not whom to rely upon. There are sleepless nights when the heart is heavy with nameless thoughts. The more one thinks, the more one suffers. The more one worries, the more sorrow one finds. Amidst the brightly lit city, there are countless lost hearts. Amidst the sounds of joyous laughter, there are lonely souls trying to force a smile. It seems that everyone in this world carries an invisible burden upon their shoulders. The burden of worries, the burden of responsibilities, the burden of things left unspoken. And then, in the quietest moment of the night, when all sounds have subsided and only the sound of one's own sacri remains, one feels how truly weary the heart is. The more one matures, the less one speaks. The more one experiences, the more silent one becomes. For we understand that there are things which, if spoken, no one would comprehend, and sorrows that only we ourselves can understand. At times, one only wishes to find a truly quiet place, to take a truly deep breath, and to let go of all that troubles the heart. Some turn to music, some to wine, some choose to gaze silently out a window, hoping to find a sliver of peace. But all these methods are merely temporary. For true peace lies not outside, but within our very own mind. The Buddha taught that the body may dwell amidst the secular world, but the mind must know how to abide in peace. For if the mind is in turmoil, even in a silent monastery, the heart cannot be still. But if the mind is tranquil, even amidst the clamor of the marketplace, the heart remains free and at ease. Therefore, to find peaceful sleep, to have a tranquil body and mind, the first thing one must do is not to find a place without sound, but to find for oneself a mind free from deluded thoughts. Just as the moon can only be reflected when the surface of the lake is still, the mind can only see itself clearly when it is at peace. There is a short story of a person who came to a Zen master, lamenting that he suffered from sleeplessness every night, his mind unquiet and his spirit unclear. The Zen master said nothing, merely inviting him to sit down and pouring him a cup of hot tea. The steam from the tea rose in wisps, its gentle fragrance pervading the silent space. The Zen master spoke slowly. "Can you hear the sound of the water boiling?" The man nodded. "Can you perceive the fragrance of the tea spreading?" The man nodded again. The Zen master smiled. "Then your mind is here, in the present, hearing and feeling. When your mind is in the present, You no longer fear the past, nor worry for the future, nor think of gain and loss. In that moment, you will be able to sleep. Sometimes, the reason we find it difficult to sleep is not because the body is tired, but because the mind has not yet consented to let go. We worry for tomorrow. We regret what happened yesterday. We are angry at those who have hurt us. We reproach ourselves for things left incomplete. If the mind is filled with too much, how can there be room for peace to reside? It is like an overly cluttered room. If we keep holding on to old things, no matter how much we try to tidy up, it can never be clean. Only when we know how to clear things away, how to put them in order, how to let them go, do we find the space to breathe, to smile, to sleep, a truly peaceful sleep. The ancients said, "When the mind is at peace, all things are at peace." This saying, though seemingly simple, holds a great truth. When the mind is serene, even adversity becomes a favorable condition. When the mind is tranquil, even storms become but passing clouds. It is like a clear lake. Though a downpour may stir its surface, once the rain has passed, the water becomes as placid as before. The human mind is the same. It cannot avoid the storms of life, but it can learn how to let itself grow still. Therefore, if today your soul is still weighed down by worldly dust, if your eyes have grown weary from worry, close them now and take a slow, deep breath. Feel each stream of cool, fresh air enter your body. Listen to the beating of your own heart. Listen to your breath as it flows in and out, gentle as a small stream. Let your mind follow your breath, letting go of each thought, each sorrow, each word, each sound from the Buddha's teachings that is about to arise will be like a drop of nectar, washing away afflictions and cooling souls that have grown parched. In that moment, there is only you with yourself, only the breath and the stillness. The clamor of life is no more. The worries of tomorrow are gone. There is only a serenity that spreads throughout body and mind. This is the moment you truly enter the realm of stillness, a place where the Buddha's teachings are not merely doctrine, but a clear, cool stream that nourishes the soul. Listen, so that each word may become a light that illuminates your consciousness, so that tonight you may sleep soundly, deeply, and peacefully. The Buddha taught that all things in life arise from causes and conditions and conclude with karmic results. Nothing happens by chance, nor does any good fortune come from mere luck. Whatever seed is sown, that is the fruit that will grow. For one who does good, blessings follow, like a shadow to a form. For one who does evil, karmic consequences pursue like a shadow to a form. Everything in this world has a cause. It is only that some realize it early, while others realize it late. There are those who believe they can escape cause and effect, but in truth, they are merely walking in circles within the chain of their own causes and conditions. Therefore, upon understanding the law of cause and effect, one will live more virtuously, speak wholesome words, and think good thoughts. For one knows that every single thought that arises is a seed being sown into the spiritual field of one's own mind. In life, there are those who suffer without understanding why, who work much but gain little, who strive yet see no results. There are also those who are kind, patient, and hard-working, yet whose lives are fraught with hardship. They complain, they grieve, they ask why the heavens are so unjust. But the Buddha taught that the heavens are not unjust. It is merely that the karmic fruits have not yet ripened uniformly. Some fruits ripen early, some ripen late. Some seeds sown today will only be harvested in a future life. Therefore, when we encounter suffering, let us look back upon ourselves. Let us ask what we have done, what we have thought, whether we have ever caused another to feel sorrow. For karma is created not only by action, but also by speech, and even by thought. A single moment of anger can give rise to 1,000 evil deeds. A single thought of compassion can resolve countless unwholesome things. The Buddha taught, to know the causes of your past life, look at the fruits in this life. To know the fruits of your next life, look at the causes in the present. This teaching, though seemingly simple, contains a treasury of wisdom. When we learn to reflect upon ourselves, to recognize cause and effect, we will no longer harbor resentment. For we understand that what we are receiving today are the lessons from what we ourselves have sown. Those who do evil to harm others will, sooner or later, have to pay the price. Those who do good to help the world will, in due course, receive blessings. Cause and effect show no favoritism. They do not overlook us because we are poor, nor grant us priority because we are rich. Water flows downward, rain falls from the sky, and whether a plant flourishes or withers depends on the seed that was first sown. Life is the same. Those who sow wholesome seeds will have peaceful minds, peaceful bodies, and peaceful sleep. Those who sow evil thoughts, though they may lie on a warm mattress, will be haunted by frightful dreams. There is a small story from a remote countryside in a little market by the river, where every morning the calls of vendors selling vegetables would resound. Among them was an old woman named Tu. Everyone was accustomed to calling her Old Madame Tu, the vegetable seller. Madame Tu lived alone, was over 60 years old, and year-round she would carry vegetables from her garden to sell at the market. Her vegetables were always fresh, green, and washed clean. But what was special was that every day she would set aside one small, beautiful, clean bunch of vegetables to give to an old beggar at the corner of the market. This old man was aged and frail. His eyes were dim, and he had no relatives, living day to day on bowls of rice given to him by compassionate people. Every single day, upon seeing Madame Tu's figure from afar, the old man would smile kindly, join his palms, and say, "May you have a prosperous day of selling." Madame Tu would smile in return. "I am only giving you a few vegetables. It is nothing to be so grateful for." Many of the neighbors in the market saw this, and some would laugh and mock her. "Madame Tu, vegetables are so cheap, the profit is hardly worth anything, and you still give them away for free. Are you not a fool?" She would only smile, her voice as gentle as the wind. "Never mind. If I have a little extra to help someone get through a meal, what is there to lose?" Then one year, a long drought set in, and the weather was as hot as a furnace. One afternoon, a fire broke out at the corner of the market, caused by someone's carelessness with a charcoal stove. In just a moment, the flames spread wide, burning down almost the entire row of stalls. Everyone panicked, screaming and crying, their tears mingling with the smoke. When the fire was extinguished, people looked back in astonishment to see that only Madame Tu's vegetable stall remained intact. Her goods were not burned, and the tin roof above her was merely singed by smoke, but not at all consumed by the fire. People buzzed with excitement. "Is it true? Everywhere else is burnt, but not Madame Tu's stall." Madame Tu only wiped the sweat from her brow quietly, joined her palms, bowed her head, and said softly, "It is the merit of the old beggar." Her simple words silenced the entire market. Everyone remembered the image of Madame Tu giving away her freshest bunch of vegetables every day. And from that day on, no one ever called her a fool again. People said to one another, "Good deeds bring good rewards. Merit is never lost. It only awaits the day to blossom." The story quickly spread throughout the region. Some believed it, others were skeptical, but everyone felt as if a lamp had just been lit within their hearts. For it was clear that a kind heart is never in vain. Every good deed, every wholesome thought is a seed of merit sown into the soil of causes and conditions. Though the fruit may not appear today, when the conditions are sufficient, the tree of merit will blossom. It is like a seed lying in the earth, silently germinating. And when it meets with favorable rain and gentle winds, it will rise up strong. Merit is the same. Though unseen, it is ever growing. Through the story of Madame Tu, we see one thing clearly. Cause and effect are not false. When a person does good, heaven and earth both know. We may think it is only a bunch of vegetables, something small and insignificant, but it is precisely that sincerity of heart that transforms into great, wholesome karma. Karma does not distinguish between large and small. It only looks at the mind of the doer. If the mind is compassionate, a small act can become great merit. If the mind is selfish, a great act may generate no merit at all. The Buddha taught that a bowl of rice given with a pure mind is more precious than 1,000 taels of gold given for show. For the value of a wholesome deed lies in the heart, not in the form. In Buddhism, karma is not punishment, but a reflection. It is like a mirror that reflects back everything we have created. When we smile at someone, they will smile back. When we bring ill to someone, it will return to find us in another form. Perhaps not immediately. Perhaps it will have to pass through many lifetimes. But every cause will surely bear its fruit. Therefore, one who understands the way does not blame heaven or resent others, does not fault their circumstances, but looks back upon themselves. When they encounter suffering, they do not ask, "Why do I suffer?" but "What cause have I sown?" When they encounter favorable conditions, they are not complacent, but know to be grateful, to dedicate the merit to preserve their blessings for a long time. The Buddha once said, "No wind can sway a mountain, just as no karma can harm a person who maintains a virtuous mind." The mind is the root of karma. If one can maintain a wholesome and peaceful mind, even evil karma will gradually be transformed. There are those who have done wrong, who have caused harm, but when they learn to repent, to turn back, to do good, their karma will also gradually lighten. For repentance is not merely words, but a transformative action. Like a person who has poured dirty water into a river, if they continue to pour, the water will remain murky. But if they stop and learn to filter it, the river will become clear once more. The world operates according to the law of causes and conditions. everything has a cause, a time, and its own result. Sometimes we do a good deed, but do not yet see the blessings. Do not be quick to grieve, for wholesome fruits need time to ripen. It is like sowing seeds in the spring and only harvesting the fruit in autumn. At other times, a bad event occurs, and we think it a disaster, but it later opens up another, better opportunity. Therefore, do not rush to conclude what is fortunate or unfortunate. Everything is a cause and condition leading us in the right direction. When we understand this, we will cease our anger and jealousy. Seeing others succeed, we will not be envious, for we know they are enjoying the blessings they once sowed. Seeing someone encounter suffering, we will not mock them, for we know it is the fruit they must reap. But we also understand that any cause can be transformed. The Buddha taught that to cultivate is to transform karma. When we give rise to a wholesome mind, uphold the precepts, do good, and speak loving words, then old, unwholesome karma will gradually dissolve, and new merit will gradually arise. It is like a stream of murky water. If clear water is continuously poured into it, in time it will become clear on its own. Therefore, each night before you sleep, take a little time to reflect upon yourself. Ask, today, have I spoken any words that made someone happy or made someone sad? Have I done anything that created wholesome or unwholesome karma? If you have made a mistake, sincerely repent and vow to do better tomorrow. When the mind is directed towards wholesomeness, sleep will be peaceful, for there is no longer any remorse, no longer any resentment. When the mind knows how to love and how to let go, we will find our hearts as light as the wind. Remember that those who sow good will meet with good, and those who sow evil will meet with suffering. No one can escape the law of cause and effect, but everyone can transform it. A person's life is like a river. At times, the water is murky. At times, it is clear. What is important is knowing how to direct the current toward the light. If every evening we sow a wholesome thought, speak a word of gratitude, do a small deed to help another, then every morning when we awaken, life will be a little lighter, a little more peaceful. The Buddha said, "When the mind is at peace, the body is at peace. When the body is at peace, all things are auspicious. When both body and mind are tranquil, good fortune will come, and favorable conditions will follow. Therefore, tonight, as you close your eyes, let all the worries of the day dissolve like thin smoke. Believe that every wholesome deed you have done, no matter how small, is silently protecting you. Know that every loving word, every smile you have given, is a seed of merit sprouting in this vast universe. And one day, when your merits are sufficient and your karma has been cleared, you will find yourself at peace in every breath, light in every sleep. That is the sweet fruit of a wholesome mind, the reward for one who knows how to live according to the Buddha's teachings, who knows how to sow goodness in every single moment. Now, amidst the whisper of the wind, amidst the quiet space of the night, let the Buddha's words seep into your mind. Let each gentle sound, like the distant toll of a temple bell, guide you into a peaceful slumber. For cause and effect are not outside of us, but within every thought that arises. Sow a wholesome thought, and life will be wholesome. Sow a peaceful mind, and the night will be tranquil. Sow a compassionate heart, and blessings will come. And then sleep will not only be a rest for the body, but also a tranquility of the mind, a peace that only one who understands the law of cause and effect and lives a wholesome life can attain. The Buddha taught that to sow a single wholesome seed is to have wholesome flowers blossom for lifetimes. To sow a single evil seed is to reap fruits of suffering for myriad eons. But the fruit shows no favoritism. It comes neither early nor late, but manifests only when the conditions are sufficient. In this life, there are things we do and then forget. But heaven and earth, causes and conditions, and the force of karma forget nothing. Wholesome karma is like nourishing water, silently seeping deep, nurturing the good things in life. Unwholesome karma is like a smoldering fire. When the conditions are right, it will burst into flame, incinerating even what we hold most dear. Therefore, one who knows how to cultivate, who knows how to live wholesomely, will not be fearful in the face of adversity. For they understand that all things arise from causes and conditions, that all things have a reason for appearing. Some say that to do good deeds with the hope of a reward is no longer a good deed. But if one does not hope for it, and the wholesome fruit still comes, that is true goodness. Therefore, a student of the Buddha does not do good deeds in order to be repaid, but in order to sow wholesome seeds for the future, so that body and mind may be light, at ease, and at peace. In every breath, every action, every word, one can sow causes. A kind word, a small act, can sometimes become the condition that saves a person, can sometimes be the bridge between suffering and happiness. In the Anguttara Nikaya, the Buddha once taught that no good deed is ever lost. Though it may be as small as a grain of sand in the desert, when the conditions are sufficient, it will blossom like a green shoot piercing through a layer of parched earth. This saying reminds us that though the world may change, though the human heart may be complex, the principle of cause and effect always exists, like a law of the universe. One who has a kind heart is naturally protected by the heavens. One who commits evil, no matter where they hide, their karma will find them. Today, amidst the worries of life, we sometimes mistakenly believe that good does not triumph over evil, that good people often suffer losses while the wicked enjoy benefits. But that is only a view seen in a fleeting moment. For cause and effect are measured not in days or months, but by the mind and by conditions. A cause must meet with a condition to bear a fruit. A person who sows a wholesome cause but encounters adverse conditions may not see the fruit manifest immediately, but that seed remains, awaiting a day with enough sun and enough rain. It will sprout. Today's story is a testament to that very principle. It is the story of a scholar and a debt of gratitude from 20 years past. The story is as simple as a river flowing through a village, yet it holds within it a profound lesson about a wholesome heart, about cause and effect, and about the wondrous nature of kindness. On a cold and rainy night long ago, the sky was as black as ink, with only the faint glimmer of oil lamps cast from the thatched roofs along the river. The scholar, Nguyen Van Khai, was returning home after a lecture at the school. The village path was flooded and mired in mud, and the wind blew with a biting chill. As he crossed the small wooden bridge over the river, he heard a desperate cry. A woman had slipped and fallen into the swift current. Without a second thought, he rushed forward, threw off his long tunic, and leaped in to save her. The murky water pulled strongly, but with strength and composure he brought the woman to shore. The woman trembled, her face pale, unable to speak. He simply took off his coat, draped it over her, and said gently, "Go home now. The night is very cold. To have saved your life is more precious than anything." When she tried to ask his name, he only smiled, shook his head, and quietly departed. To him, saving a life was as natural as breathing, not something to be remembered, not something for which thanks were needed. 20 years passed. Nguyen Van Khai was now a renowned scholar. He taught everywhere and was respected by all. But life is impermanent. Who can foretell when storms will arrive? During a lecture on public service ethics, he was envied by malicious individuals and falsely accused of accepting bribes. The slander spread quickly, causing the reputation he had built his entire life to suddenly waver. He was investigated, dismissed from his post, and faced the risk of imprisonment. People gossiped, and everyone kept their distance. Yet he maintained a calm heart, saying only, "If I have done no wrong, then heaven knows, earth knows, and the truth will eventually come to light." But the path to clearing his name was by no means easy. Without money or influence, he had only his faith in cause and effect, and a tranquil heart. On the day of the trial, amidst the crowd, a young lawyer stood up and asked to defend him. The man's name was Tran Min. His eyes were clear and bright, his voice firm and resolute. He said, "I believe this man is innocent, and I will take responsibility for proving it." Throughout the days of the trial, Tran Min worked tirelessly, day and night, finding every piece of evidence, investigating every witness. In the end, the truth was revealed, and the slanderer was exposed. Nguyen Van Kai's name was cleared. On the day of the verdict, as everyone was leaving, Scholar Kai approached, joined his palms, and offered his thanks. He said, "Thank you, young man. You have saved me from a great injustice. I do not know how I can ever repay you." Tran Min smiled and replied, "Venerable teacher, my mother once told me that her life's savior was the person I must protect with my own life. 20 years ago, you saved my mother from a freezing river. Today, I am only repaying that kindness to you." Hearing this, Nguyen Van Kai was speechless. He looked at the young man before him, and suddenly everything felt like a complete and perfect circle. Tears gently fell from his eyes, not tears of sorrow, but tears of gratitude and profound emotion. He understood that cause and effect were not magic, but the continuation of wholesome actions through the years, through lifetimes, and through conditions not yet spoken of. After the trial, he often told his students, "Sow goodness, no matter how small. Do not ask when the fruit will come. The fruit may not come immediately, but it is never lost." That saying became a great lesson for many generations. Through this story, we understand that kindness is a kind of light. It needs no ostentation, no one else's recognition. It simply shines quietly, passing through time, through trials, and then returning when the conditions are sufficient. The ancients said, "Good deeds bring good rewards. Evil deeds bring evil rewards. It is only a matter of time." This is indeed true. The kindness we sow today may not bring immediate results, but it will blossom into something wholesome in the future. In the Buddha's teachings, cause and effect are not merely about punishment and reward. They are a reflection of the mind. When we do good, our minds are bright, our wisdom clear. When we do evil, our minds are defiled, our wisdom clouded. The fruit is not outside, but within our very own thoughts. Every time we give rise to a wholesome thought, we have changed our own destiny. Every time we give rise to an unwholesome thought, we have created our own suffering. A person who knows how to cultivate is a person who knows how to choose the seeds for their mind. They do not choose hatred, do not choose jealousy, but choose love, forgiveness, and gratitude. For they understand that if the mind is the soil, every seed will sprout. Wholesome seeds bear flowers. Unwholesome seeds grow thorns. What we sow, life returns to us. For this very reason, a person of wisdom does not complain. When they encounter suffering, they understand it is the fruit of past causes. When they encounter good fortune, they know it is the result of wholesome conditions they have sown. They are not arrogant in gain, nor despondent in loss, because they trust that all things are guided by cause and effect. What comes, let it come. What goes, let it go. Like a flowing river, it cannot hold on to a single drop of water, yet it nourishes the entire plain. In life today, we sometimes feel weary when we see kindness seemingly forgotten. But if we maintain a wholesome mind and keep faith, heaven and earth will find a way to arrange things. Kindness is not lost, only temporarily hidden. Wholesome karma does not wither, but merely awaits the day to blossom. Trust that every good deed we do today, no matter how small, is a prayer sent to the high heavens. We may not see the result immediately, but somewhere, someone has been saved, has been warmed, has had their suffering eased because of our wholesome heart. And when the conditions are sufficient, that blessing will return in another form, as gently and profoundly as the way scholar Kai was saved by the very condition he himself had once sown. Therefore, before sleeping, close your eyes and think of the good things you have done during the day. Perhaps it was a smile for a stranger, a word of comfort, an act of helping another. All are seeds of goodness. When the mind is directed toward what is wholesome, sleep will be peaceful, the body will be tranquil, and life will gradually brighten. One who sows goodness needs not pray for luck finds its own way to them. One who lives wholesomely fears not suffering, for suffering is merely a condition for learning a greater lesson. Remember that cause and effect do not spare us for even a second. Every thought, every word, every action is weaving the thread of our life. If we weave with goodness, the fabric of our life will be bright. If we weave with evil, it will be dim and tattered. Therefore, choose love, choose forgiveness, choose gratitude, so that every night when you lie down, your mind may be at peace, your heart may be tranquil, and your sleep may be complete. May all who are listening to these teachings of the Buddha tonight be at ease, sleep in peace, and awaken in the light of a new day full of wholesome conditions. Beneath the gentle moonlight, the sound of the temple bell echoes through the tranquil space of the night. The listener feels as if they have returned to their true self, listening to the Buddha's teachings on causes, conditions, and karma. The Buddha once said, "For one who sows a wholesome seed, though 1,000 eons may pass, the wholesome fruit will still blossom. For one who sows an evil seed, though they may flee to the ends of the earth, the fruit of suffering will still find them." Therefore, whenever our hearts are filled with resentment, whenever we feel we have been wronged, let us ask ourselves, could this be an old debt, an ancient condition, returning to be resolved? In this life, no two people meet by chance. Every encounter, every relationship is a condition stemming from distant past lives. In the endless stream of rebirth, no one escapes the law of cause and effect. Some live wholesomely, yet encounter suffering. Some have created evil karma, yet now enjoy wealth and status. It is not that the heavens are unjust, but that the causes and conditions are not yet complete, the karmic retribution not yet sufficient. When the fruit is not yet ripe, people may think cause and effect are not real, but like a seed lying deep in the earth, awaiting enough sun and rain, it will surely sprout. This life is the same. Every action, every thought, no matter how small, sows a cause and condition for tomorrow. Therefore, instead of complaining or blaming, let us live with kindness. Let us learn to let go. For compassion is the only path that helps us resolve all old karma. Long ago, in the region of Quang Nam, there was a merchant named Lam Hu Fuk. He was known for being an honest man who did business with integrity and was respected by many. One day, he bought a thin, weak horse from the market for a cheap price. The seller told him the horse was obedient and hard-working, and with good care, it would help him in his long-distance trade. But strangely, from the moment he brought it home, the horse proved to be unruly. It would often try to kick and bite, and even broke its tether to run off. Mr. Phuoc, being a kind-hearted man, could not bring himself to beat it, only saying softly, "You have come to me, so there must be a condition between us. I will take good care of you, and hope that one day you will understand a human's heart." But strangely, the kinder he was to it, the more ferocious the horse became. The servants in his house told him, "Perhaps you should sell it. Keeping it may bring you harm one day." But he only smiled. "Everything in this world has a reason. I believe it came to me to teach me something." One afternoon, as he was leading the horse to the stream for a drink, he happened to meet a monk on his alms round. The monk stopped, looked at the horse for a long time, and then said slowly, "Excellent, excellent. This horse has not come to you without reason. In a past life, you had a pair of shoes stolen by someone while you were trading in a foreign land. That person later felt deep remorse, and upon dying, made a vow. If there is a next life, I wish to be born as an animal, to repay my debt to that person. Now, the conditions are sufficient. He has been reborn as a horse and has come to repay his debt. But because his mind is not yet pure and still holds resentment, he behaves so fiercely. Give him time and treat him with compassion." After hearing this, Mr. Phuoc's heart felt lighter. From that day on, he treated the horse even better. He did not make it carry heavy loads, and would often care for it himself, stroking it and talking to it like a friend. Gradually, the horse also changed. It was no longer aggressive. Its eyes became gentle. And whenever Mr. Phuoc came near, it would lower its head slightly, as if in thanks. The villagers, seeing this, all said, "He must possess great virtue for even an animal to be moved." Many years passed. The horse grew old and weak. And one autumn morning, it lay down, took a gentle breath, and passed away. Mr. Phuoc buried it under the mango tree behind his house. His heart felt a touch of sorrow, but he was not sad. That night, he dreamt of a man in plain cloth kneeling before him, saying tearfully, "In a past life, I stole your shoes, causing you hardship on the road. Now I have repaid my debt. Thank you for your compassion in not harboring resentment. Because of that tolerance, I have been liberated." Having said this, the man bowed 3 times and dissolved into light. Mr. Phuoc awoke from the dream with tears streaming down his face. He understood that whatever comes to us, whether human or animal, whether kindness or enmity, is never outside the law of cause and effect. It is not only humans who have souls. All living beings have consciousness. When we treat them with a wholesome heart, with compassion, that energy spreads, helping to resolve enmities from past lives. The story of Mr. Lam Hu Fook gives one pause for thought. Sometimes, those who cause us suffering are the very ones who have come to repay a debt to us. They may hurt us, they may cause us pain, but it is in that very suffering that we learn how to forgive, how to love unconditionally. If Mr. Phuoc had chosen to beat and resent the horse, perhaps that enmity would have continued into the next life. But because he chose compassion, that karma was resolved, and the other being was liberated, while his own mind found peace and his merits increased. The Buddha once taught that hatred cannot be ceased by hatred. Only by compassion can hatred be ceased. This is an eternal law. When we understand this, we will no longer cling, no longer resent, for we know that every person in our life is a lesson. Some teach us faith, some teach us patience, some teach us to let go, and some teach us to love unconditionally. All are causes and conditions. Therefore, if one day you are betrayed, reviled, or harmed by someone, do not be quick to blame. Perhaps they are your old debt from a past life. If you repay it with hatred, the debt will continue. But if you repay it with forgiveness, the debt is resolved. Believe that every time we choose kindness, we are cutting a karmic cord in the cycle of rebirth. Cause and effect are never wrong. It is only that humans are not patient enough to wait. When we sow wholesome seeds, even if the fruit has not yet appeared, let us continue to do good deeds. It is like a person who plants a seed and cannot demand that the flower bloom the moment the seed is placed in the ground. Trust in time, for a wholesome cause will blossom when the conditions are sufficient. And when night comes, before you close your eyes to sleep, think of those who have troubled you. Neither resent them nor remember them. Just smile gently and say in your heart, if this is an old debt, I wish to repay it with love. If this is a favorable condition, I vow to continue nurturing it. When the mind is no longer entangled, sleep will be peaceful, and in the morning you will find life to be gentler. For cause and effect are not just matters of past or future lives. They are happening in every moment, in every thought, in every word and action. When your mind is at peace, all old karma is resolved. When your heart is wholesome, blessings naturally arise. One who knows how to forgive never loses. One who knows compassion never suffers. Therefore, sleep in peace, for you have understood that all conditions are meant for resolution, that everyone who comes to you carries a destiny. Resent no one, hate no one. Be grateful, for they have helped you repay your debts, helped you learn the meaning of letting go, so that your body and mind may be light and your sleep peaceful. And tomorrow, good fortune and favorable circumstances will come as naturally as the breath. That is the profound meaning of cause and effect. To repay debts so the heart may be light, to live wholesomely so that life may be peaceful. And when you understand this, every sleep will be a return to peace, enveloped in wholesome energy, so that every morning your mind will be as clear as the first light of dawn, shining upon all the paths of cause and effect. In this life, there are things that seem small, but contain the profound wisdom of the way. The Buddha taught that one who sows a single seed of goodness will reap a forest of blissful flowers. When we give joy, that is the moment we are cultivating merit and virtue. When we help others to be happy, that is also when we are creating an environment for our own peace and well-being. All things are interconnected, like ripples spreading across the surface of a lake. Happiness is not something to be held tightly and possessed. It is a stream of water. Only when it flows is it clear, cool, and able to nourish all species. In Buddhism, compassion is considered the foundation of all wholesome karma. Metta is to give happiness. Karuna is to relieve suffering. When we do a good deed, it is not merely in the hope that others will be grateful, but because our own hearts naturally feel at ease and light. Sometimes, just a kind word or a small act is enough to change someone's life. And from that very wholesome energy, the universe will respond with peace, with favorable conditions, with invisible blessings that the ordinary eye cannot see. The Buddha taught that a single flower cannot spread its fragrance in the wind on its own. It must have other flowers blooming with it, spreading their scent together, creating a condition of beauty and aroma. Human beings are the same. Living in this world, we cannot be isolated, cannot know only of ourselves. The more we know how to share, the greater our blessings. The more we know how to give, the fuller our hearts. The more one clings, the more one fears loss, and the more one loses. The one who dares to open their heart, who dares to let go, gains even more. This is the paradox that only one with wisdom can perceive. Long ago, in the southwestern region, there was an old farmer named Sao Bin. Everyone in the area knew him as a kind, hard-working man with a very green thumb. Whatever tree he planted, it grew well. Whatever seed he sowed, that seed would sprout, verdant and lush. He was particularly famous for a delicious variety of sweet corn. His corn had kernels that were a vibrant yellow, large and round. And when eaten, they were crisper, more fragrant, and sweeter than anyone else's. Every year, people from the region would come to ask for seeds to plant, but many were also hesitant, fearing he kept the secret for himself. However, contrary to their thoughts, Mr. Sao was very cheerful. Whoever came to ask, he would take from his bag of seeds, select the best ones, place them in their hands, and carefully explain how to sow and care for them. Someone asked him, "Mr. Sao, you give people such good seeds. What if everyone can grow them in the future? Will your corn still sell for a good price?" He smiled kindly, his eyes lined with wrinkles, but as bright as a sunlit river, and said slowly, "The wind carries pollen everywhere. If other people's fields have bad corn, and the pollen blows over to my field, my corn will also be spoiled. Only when the neighbors' fields are good, when their variety is good, and the wind brings that pollen to my field, will my corn become even more delicious. Helping others grow good corn is, in fact, helping my own field to be better." Those words were a sudden awakening for the listener. It turned out that helping others was not about losing anything, but about making one's own surroundings healthier and better. From that, one also reaps the benefits. Like Mr. Sao, he understood the operating laws of nature as well as the law of cause and effect. When everyone around is good, one cannot be bad. When everyone is happy, one cannot be miserable. And so, from one year to the next, he continued to share his precious corn seeds throughout the region. To the poor, he gave them for free. From those who were better off, he took only a token sum. Whoever came to learn, he taught with all his heart. He said, "The trees, the earth, the rain, they all give to us without calculation. If a person only knows how to keep things for themselves, what is the difference from a stagnant pond, which sooner or later becomes murky? Only when it knows how to flow, how to share, does the water stay clear." Thanks to that heart, before long, the entire area of land around Mr. Sao's house was filled with the yellow of corn. Everyone's corn kernels were sweet. Everyone's fields were fertile. People began to call that area the Hamlet of Blessed Corn, because every household was well fed, and every season was bountiful. Someone asked Mr. Sao, How are you so lucky? All year round, the rain is favorable and the wind is gentle, and you never lose a harvest. He only smiled. Because I do not wish for myself alone. I wish for the whole hamlet to do well. When everyone is prosperous, the heavens are also compassionate. One year, there was a severe drought in the region. Many places no longer had water for irrigation, but Mr. Sow's field and the fields near his remained green and lush. The people around whispered that he had blessings from heaven, but he only said that it was a shared blessing. When everyone lives well, when everyone knows how to help each other, wholesome energy spreads, and heaven and earth naturally regulate themselves. That is cause and effect. Indeed, life is like a field. If we only care for one patch while neglecting the rest, the wind will bring dust and pests to the very place we are trying to protect. But if everyone tends to their part, if everyone fertilizes, then the entire field will be verdant. When we help others live well, we are in fact protecting our own happiness. The Buddha once taught that to help others is to help oneself, and to harm others is to harm oneself. The human mind is like a mirror, reflecting all of our own actions. When we sow joy for others, our minds open, our wisdom becomes brighter, and our merit grows deeper. When we are selfish and envious, our hearts narrow, and that energy returns to cause us suffering. The story of Mr. Sow and the shared seeds is a living testament to that principle. He did not study Buddhism through texts. He did not know the scriptures, but he lived with the heart of a Buddha. For the Buddha is not found in a praga temple, but in the heart of one who knows how to love, to give, to live in harmony with all things. The meaning of the story lies not only in the sharing of seeds, but also as a metaphor for how human beings should treat one another in life. That seed is the wholesome mind. It is love. When we sow that seed in another's heart, it will sprout. It will blossom within them. And then it will spread back to us. People helping people. Life helping life. This universe is a cycle of wholesome thoughts. This shows that blessings are not born from accumulation, but from dissemination. Many people believe that the more they keep, the more they have. But in reality, the more they keep, the more they lose. Just like water, if it does not flow, it will stagnate. Like a corn plant, without the wind to carry its pollen, it will never bear cobs. Life is the same. To be happy, let happiness be spread. From this, we understand that kindness is never a loss. To give is the way to receive more. But what is received is not material wealth, but a peace within the heart, an invisible good fortune that follows us throughout our lives. When we know how to help others, the heavens help us. When we know how to think of others, others will also think of us. That is the cycle of cause and effect, the magic of a compassionate heart. Therefore, whenever we see someone in need of help, even for a small matter, let us help with a joyful mind, without thinking that we are bestowing a favor. Let us see it as doing it for ourselves. When helping others, think that we are sowing a seed of merit. When praising others, think that we are scattering flowers upon the path. When forgiving, think that we are unlocking our own hearts. One who knows how to give never suffers. One who knows how to share is never poor, because when we live with an expansive heart, merit arises from it. When we live with a narrow heart, karma increases from it. This life does not require much calculation, only to know how to love, how to understand, how to live with genuine wholesomeness. And naturally, all things will become favorable. Therefore, every night before sleeping, think about the day that has passed. Have I helped someone to be happy? Have I spoken any words that lightened another's heart? Have I shared anything good? If so, smile, for that is merit sprouting. If not, do not be sad. Simply give rise to a wholesome thought, and tomorrow there will be another opportunity. Remember that happiness comes not from what we have, but from what we give. Like Mr. Sao, the more he gave, the more he received. Not in material things, but in joy, in peace, in the love of others. That is the sweet fruit of a wholesome seed. Therefore, tonight, as you lie down, let your heart be gentle. Think that tomorrow you too will be like Mr. Sao, sowing a good seed in someone else's heart. It may be a kind word, a smile, or simply an act of patience. Though small, when the wind of causes and conditions blows, it will travel far and then return, making your own life sweeter. Believe that the universe never fails a kind person. Believe that helping others is to sow merit. Believe that living wholesomely is the only path to a tranquil body and mind, to a sound sleep, to awakening tomorrow in good fortune and the light of compassion. For when we know how to share, we are harmonizing with the very breath of heaven and earth. And in that breath, the mind is at peace, life is at peace, and blessings are ever complete. The Buddha taught that in human life there are 4 types of people: those who go from darkness into darkness, those who go from darkness into light, those who go from light into darkness, and those who go from light and maintain themselves in the light. This may sound simple, but hidden within these 4 types of people are 4 paths of the mind, 4 roads of cause and effect upon which each of us is walking, whether consciously or unconsciously. Some are born into suffering, live in suffering, and then die in the darkness of ignorance. Some have gone astray, have fallen into the abyss of wrongdoing, but thanks to a single wholesome thought, they turn back and find the light within themselves. There are also those who have lived wholesomely, who have been respected, but then because of greed, anger, or delusion, they lose their integrity, lose the light within their minds. And there are those who are born in light, live in light, and maintain a pure and wholesome mind until they close their eyes for the last time, leaving behind the fragrant scent of a life well lived, like a lotus flower amidst the mud, in the quiet of the night, as a small lamp flickers in the corner of the room. Let us try to look back on our lives and see to which of these 4 types we belong. Sometimes we think we are in the light, but in truth, we have been covered by the dust of self-clinging, of anger and delusion, and of deluded thoughts. At other times, in our darkest days, a single word of awakening, a single wholesome thought arising, has been enough to illuminate the entire path ahead. A person's life is like a journey, and whether it is light or dark depends on the direction we choose in every thought, every word, every small action of our daily lives. The Buddha taught that the mind is like a lamp. If skillfully maintained, its light shines everywhere. If neglected, the wind of karma will blow it out. Therefore, the wise do not seek light outside, but seek it within their own hearts. There are those who spend their whole lives searching for peace in monasteries, on distant pilgrimages, without knowing that true peace requires only a single quiet breath, a single thought of stopping, a single heart that knows how to love. When the mind is bright, even darkness becomes a path for learning, for understanding, for letting go. When the mind is dark, even standing amidst golden temples and jade palaces, the light cannot shine in. Therefore, what is important is not where we are, but where our minds are directed. There is a very beautiful story about a woman named Han. She was born in a poor village in the central region, and her childhood passed amidst scorching sun and torrential rain. From a young age, Han had to struggle, and she married early. Then, due to poverty, she fell into gambling. In the afternoons, after the market closed, Han would sit at the small tea house at the head of the village, her eyes red, her hands trembling, holding lottery tickets, hoping that luck would change her life. But her life did not change. She only saw her debts piling up higher and higher. Her husband, unable to bear the destitution, left to work far away and never returned. Alone, Han carried the heavy burden of debt, worrying for her 2 small children while enduring the scorn of the villagers. Every single night, Han could not sleep. She would toss and turn, her mind filled with only the numbers of her debts and the sound of reproachful voices. Once, out of sheer exhaustion, Han considered taking her own life. But at that very moment, she heard the sound of the temple bell ringing in the wind. The sound seemed to touch her heart, like an invisible hand gently waking her. The next morning, she went to the small temple at the head of the village, where there was a kind-hearted nun who often taught people to recite the Buddha's name and to meditate. At first, Han just sat silently and listened, her heart still full of turmoil. But the nun said, "Child, try to breathe gently, to watch your own breath. When you breathe in, know that you are breathing in. When you breathe out, know that you are breathing out. Each breath is a miracle, for it gives you another chance to live." At that moment, Han cried. Her tears flowed not from suffering, but from the realization that she had never truly lived. For all those years, she had only chased after money, after luck, after illusions, and had forgotten her breath, forgotten herself. From that day on, Han began to go to the temple regularly. She practiced meditation, practiced chanting sutras, and learned to let go, little by little. Whenever she felt troubled, she would go and sit under the Bodhi tree behind the temple, watching the leaves fall, listening to the sound of the wind, and then smile gently. She began to repay her debts in a different way, not just her monetary debts, but her debt to life, her debt to herself, with a sincere heart and repentance. Han volunteered to do meritorious work, helping to cook for the poor and assisting the lonely elderly. The villagers gradually changed their view of her. No one called her Han the Gambler anymore, but used the affectionate name Han of the Compassionate Heart. A few years later, she set up a small tea stall in front of the temple, serving pilgrims for free. She greeted everyone who came with a kind smile. When someone asked why she did this work without taking money, Han would simply reply, "In the past, I went from darkness into darkness. Now, I only want to go from darkness into light. I know that when I help cool another's heart, my own heart is cooled as well." Han's story helps us to understand more clearly the 4 types of people in life. The first type, who go from darkness into darkness, are those who live in ignorance and do not wish to escape. They do wrong, know it is wrong, but continue. Because their minds are obscured by greed, anger, and delusion. They are like people walking in the night who see a light in the distance but turn their faces away. For fear the light will expose their faults. The second type, who go from darkness into light, like Han, are those who were once lost, who have stumbled, but have the courage to turn back. They understand that darkness is not frightening. What is frightening is when we refuse to open our eyes to see the light. A single wholesome thought, a single word of repentance, a single wholesome action is enough to change one's entire destiny. For if karma is created by us, it can also be transformed by us. The third type, who go from light into darkness, are those who once lived in blessings, who have done wholesome deeds, but then because of arrogance and greed, they lose themselves. There are those who are wealthy and have done good, but when praised by others, their minds give rise to pride, and they are gradually drawn into the vanity of power. They forget that light is not for showing off, but for illuminating the path. When the light is obscured by the ego, then even if one's house is full of gold and silver, the heart remains dark. And finally, the fourth type, who go from light into light. These are the people who are born with wholesome seeds within them, and know how to preserve those seeds until the end of their lives. They are not swayed by praise or criticism, not moved by money or power. They live simply, peacefully, knowing how to love others, how to help the world. And when they depart from this realm, they leave behind a warm light in the hearts of others. 4 types of people, 4 paths. Where are we on that journey? Perhaps today we are in darkness, but if we have faith, if we have a wholesome mind, we can still emerge into the light. Or perhaps today we are in the light, but if we are heedless, we will enter into darkness. Life is impermanent. All things change. Therefore, let us be wakeful in every moment, for with just a single thought of light, the darkness dissolves. Through Han's story, we see that light does not come from afar, It comes from realization, realizing our faults, realizing our suffering, realizing the wrong path we are on, and having the courage to stop. That act of stopping is the first step of enlightenment. Enlightenment is not something esoteric. It is when we understand cause and effect, understand that everything that happens is a lesson for us to return to our true selves. If our minds are wholesome, even suffering is transformed into fertile ground for the seeds of peace and tranquility to sprout. If our minds are dark, then even if we live in wealth and luxury, the heart will find no peace. Therefore, do not resent life. Do not blame anyone. Look into the mind. Look at the seeds we sow each day. Choose to sow wholesome seeds, however small, for a single wholesome seed today can blossom into a radiant light tomorrow. The Buddha taught that no one can save us but ourselves. Han saved her own life not by a miracle, but by wakefulness. Just like an oil lamp, if it is but lit again, it can burn brightly even if the wind blows. But if we remain submerged in the darkness of self-pity, of resentment, of remorse, then no one can lead us out. Remember that every time we help others, we are helping ourselves. Every time we open our hearts to forgive, we are removing a burden from our minds. Every time we choose what is wholesome, we are taking another step toward the light. The path into the light is not a path strewn with flowers, but a path strewn with stopping, with understanding, with letting go. Tonight, before you sleep, sit quietly, relax, breathe gently, and think of the good things you have done during the day. If someone has made you sad, forgive them. If there is anything you regret, let it go. Light a lamp within your heart to illuminate yourself. For only when our hearts are bright can our sleep be peaceful, our bodies be at ease, and our morrows be truly beautiful. Believe that anyone can go from darkness into light. All it takes is a single wholesome thought, and that light, once arisen in the mind, will never be extinguished. The Buddha taught that no one in this life can escape suffering. From the moment of birth until the moment we close our eyes for the last time, human beings walk the path of three kinds of suffering. Natural suffering, the suffering of karmic results, and illusory suffering. These three sufferings intertwine and blend, causing people to be at times happy, at times sad, at times peaceful, at times afflicted. Some resent the heavens and blame the earth. Some are drowning in suffering without knowing the cause. But a person of wisdom sees in suffering an opportunity to understand, to let go, to become enlightened. For the Buddha once taught that no one suffers because of life, but only because their own minds do not know how to look at life. Natural suffering is the inherent suffering of the physical body. To be born is to endure hunger, cold, sickness, and old age. The suffering of karmic results is the consequence of karmic causes sown in this life or in previous lives. And illusory suffering is the suffering created by one's own mind, from constant fear, anxiety, jealousy, attachment, and fantasies about things that have not yet come. These three kinds of suffering are three layers of waves. Only when the mind is at peace do the waves grow still. One who knows the way does not seek to avoid suffering, but learns to understand suffering so that suffering may become a teacher, a path that leads one to peace and joy. In the Dhammapada, the Buddha taught, "Of all things, mind is the foremost. When the mind is deluded, suffering follows. When the mind is tranquil, happiness follows." This means that all pain, whether it comes from without or within, can be transformed if we know how to turn inward and illuminate ourselves. Suffering is not an enemy. Suffering is an alarm bell, reminding us that we are heading in the wrong direction. Like a traveler in the desert, thirst makes them stop and search for water. And because of that, they survive. Suffering is the same. It makes us stop, look deeply, and begin to walk with a new awareness. Long ago, in the western region, there was a carpenter named Ba Lan. The name sounded gentle, but his life was anything but. From youth to old age, he lived in hardship and toil, never having a moment of ease. The carpentry trade, though seemingly stable, provided an unsteady income. Sometimes people paid him too little. Other times, clients delayed payment. Now his wife was ill, his son was in school, the house was dilapidated, and every burden fell upon shoulders that had grown calloused over the years. Many nights, he would sit silently in the darkness, looking at his cracked hands, and a deep suffering would rise in his heart. The suffering of poverty, of a weary body, of a humble human lot. That was natural suffering, the suffering of the body. Everyone has it. When the body is chilled by the wind, we suffer. When the body is sick, we suffer. When old age comes, with white hair and wrinkled skin, we suffer. Whether one is a king or a beggar, this body must still abide by that law. Mr. Ba Lan understood this, but did not accept it. He would often lament, "Why is my life so miserable? I work and work and never get ahead." Then he began to grow resentful speaking harshly to his wife and child, even growing irritable with his kind neighbors. He thought life was a chain of suffering with no way out. Until one day, another suffering befell him. His only son, a boy named Tom, fell while helping his father carry wood, was seriously injured, and passed away. Mr. Ba Lan felt he had lost everything. He did not cry, but only remained silent. A few days later, people saw him sitting by his son's altar, his eyes sunken, his face gaunt. Everyone in the village felt compassion for him, but no one dared to offer comfort, for the pain of losing a child is something no words can soothe. That was the suffering of karmic results, the fruit of karmic causes from one's life. Perhaps it was his own karma, perhaps it was a shared karma between father and son. Worldly people see only the consequence, but the Buddha sees the causes and conditions. Some losses come to repay a debt. Some sufferings come to awaken us, to help us realize something deeper about impermanence and the heart of letting go. But at that time, Mr. Ba Lan did not understand. He only knew he was falling into the darkness of despair. After his son's funeral, he gave up his trade and wandered aimlessly day after day, having lost all interest in life. Whenever anyone asked, he would only reply, "I have suffered enough. What else is there to lose?" One afternoon, he stopped at the gate of the village temple. The sound of a bell rang out in the quiet space, spreading like a ripple and touching his mind. In the temple courtyard, an old monk was sweeping leaves. Seeing him standing silently, the monk called him in, poured him a cup of tea, and invited him to sit. The monk asked, "You have suffered a great deal, have you not?" He nodded, and tears fell. He recounted his life, from poverty to losing his son, to a pain that would not subside. The monk listened, then smiled gently. "Suffering is not for lamenting, but for learning to let go. You have encountered the 3 kinds of suffering, but have not yet fully understood them." Mr. Ba Lan looked at the monk, bewildered. The monk said slowly, "The suffering of the body is natural suffering. Being born human, everyone must endure it. The suffering of losing your son is the suffering of karmic results due to past causes and conditions. But the suffering that you are holding in your heart right now, even as you sit here where the sky is calm and the wind is cool, and no one is harming you, yet you still suffer. That is illusory suffering. It is not real, but it is what imprisons you in darkness." Mr. Ba Lan asked, "What is illusory suffering, venerable sir?" The monk replied, "Illusory suffering is suffering born of imagination. You fear being lonely in the future, fear remaining poor forever, fear your son died unjustly, fear people will mock you. These fears do not truly exist, but you believe they are real. It is like a person having a nightmare. In the dream, you run, you sweat, you are terrified. But when you awaken, you realize no one was chasing you. Your mind is dreaming, and so you suffer. Hearing this, Mr. Ba Lan was silent for a long time. He began to understand that for all these years, the greater part of his pain had not come from outside, but from within his mind, from his attachment to poverty, from the belief that he was unfortunate, from the idea that losing his son was the end of everything. But in truth, nothing was the end. His son was gone, but the love remained. This worn-out body suffered, but the mind, if it knew tranquility, could still be at peace. From that day on, Mr. Ba Lan stayed at the temple. During the day, he helped the monk repair tables and chairs and weave bamboo. In the evening, he listened to the Dharma and practiced meditation. Whenever he missed his son, he would recite the Buddha's name. The monk taught him, when you feel pain, do not push it away. Sit quietly and look at the pain as you would a crying child. When you look deeply, you will see that the pain is also just a stream of water, and it will eventually flow away. Gradually, his face became gentle, and his eyes grew brighter. The villagers who went to the temple were all surprised to see him. He was still the same Ba Lan of years past, but he seemed to have changed. When someone asked if his wife was still suffering, he only smiled. She is, but I know what suffering is, so it no longer makes me fall. The story of Mr. Ba Lan is a true image of human life. Natural suffering is the part of the body. The suffering of karmic results is the part of karma, and illusory suffering is the part of the mind. Everyone has these three kinds of suffering, but only those who know how to contemplate are not bound by them. For if we do not understand, we will resent, cling, and fear, thereby creating more suffering for ourselves. But if we understand, we will know how to use suffering as a teacher. Natural suffering helps us to appreciate our health, to cherish every breath, every day we are alive. The suffering of karmic results helps us to awaken to causes and conditions so that we do not sow evil seeds. Illusory suffering helps us learn to be mindful, to not let the mind wander in deluded thoughts. When we see the root clearly, we will see that suffering is also just a part of life, not frightening, not something to be avoided. The Buddha taught that knowing suffering is the beginning of wisdom. The person who dares to look directly at suffering without running away, has already walked half the path to peace and joy. For in suffering there is a cause, and in that cause lies the seed of enlightenment. When the body hurts, we learn how to love the body. When the heart hurts, we learn how to love others. When the mind is deluded, we learn how to be clear. All are lessons. For this very reason, during sleepless nights, instead of lamenting your fate, try sitting quietly and listening to your breath. With each inhalation, know that you are still alive. With each exhalation, let go of a worry. If the body is weary, cherish the body. If the mind is heavy, let it be light. Close your eyes. Imagine the light of compassion shining throughout your body, soothing all suffering. When the mind is still, the body is also at ease. Do not fear suffering. Suffering comes to remind us to return. Just as rain comes to wash away worldly dust, suffering comes to wash the mind. Trust that no suffering is meaningless. Each suffering is a door, and when we pass through to the other side, there is peace. Remember the Buddha's teaching. In suffering, there is wisdom. In wisdom, there is peace. If we know how to contemplate, to live with right mindfulness, to love, to let go, we will no longer fear suffering. For at that moment, we understand that suffering and joy are but two sides of the same river. That river flows through us, but we are not the river. Tonight, if anyone is tossing and turning, burdened by worries, let your heart grow still. Whether it is the suffering of the body, of karma, or of the mind, it will all eventually pass. Light a lamp of understanding within your heart. For when we understand, we no longer fear. When we do not fear, suffering dissolves. And when suffering dissolves, peace and joy will naturally appear, like the moonlight reflecting on the placid surface of a lake. Live in peace, for suffering is a teacher, a friend, a guide who leads us to the shore of enlightenment. The one who understands suffering is the one who has begun to be happy. The Buddha once taught that the human mind is like the surface of a lake. When the water is stirred, the moon's reflection cannot be seen. When the mind is still, all things are clear. Likewise, this life is only truly comfortable when we know how to keep our hearts tranquil, not chasing after unnecessary things, not clinging to things we should not cling to. There are 7 things one should not do in life. If one can let them go, sleep will be light, the breath will be calm, and the heart will become at ease. In life, everyone has at some point wandered onto the branching paths of ignorance. Some spend their lives chasing after responsibilities and forget themselves. Some deceive themselves to avoid facing their pain. Some live for the opinions of others, only to lose the gentle nature that was originally theirs. Some are submerged in the past. Some fear making mistakes. Some are lost in sensual desire. Some waste time on things that are not worthwhile. These things may sound ordinary, but they are the very source of a weary body and mind, of sleepless nights and joyless days. Long ago, there was a man named Tuan. He was an office worker, living in a bustling city full of lights, but lacking the light of the heart. Tuan was naturally kind and diligent, but his entire life he only knew how to live according to the expectations of others. Every day he would wake before the sun was up, hurriedly put on his clothes, and carry a false smile to his workplace. He was afraid of being criticized, afraid of being forgotten, afraid of not being liked. He never dared to do what he truly wanted, nor did he dare to speak the true feelings in his heart. Then, one day, Tuan lost his job. Everything seemed to collapse. He felt empty, adrift like a small boat in a great storm. That night, he sat silently by the window, listening to the falling rain, and felt as if something inside him had broken. In that moment, he remembered what he had been living for all these years. He had tried his best, but not for happiness, only for recognition. He had smiled, but not out of joy, but for fear of offending others. That night, he opened his phone and happened to read a Buddhist saying, "Do not seek yourself in the eyes of others." The words were like a small bell ringing in the darkness of his mind. He sat for a long time, then smiled faintly. He realized that for all these years, he had never truly lived. He was only a shadow of himself, bound by expectations and fear. From then on, Tuan began to change. He was no longer in a hurry, no longer tried to please everyone. Every morning, he would sit quietly for 10 minutes, close his eyes, and listen to his breath. He learned to look at everything more lightly. When someone spoke harsh words, he would just smile. When he failed, he did not blame himself. When he succeeded, he did not boast. He realized that true peace does not come from the outside, but from the mind itself, knowing when to stop. Once, a friend asked, "Aren't you afraid of losing out? Aren't you afraid of being left behind?" Tuan replied, "In the past, I was afraid because I thought I had to run to prove something. Now, I just want to live true to myself. When the mind does not compete, no one can take away my peace." Tuan called his past his 7 mistakes. Each mistake was a door that closed, but also a door that opened to wakefulness. The first thing he realized was, do not evade responsibility. In the past, Tun would often blame his circumstances, other people, or bad luck. He did not know that when we evade responsibility, we are also evading the opportunity to grow. Responsibility is not a burden, but life's way of teaching us to mature. The Buddha taught that every action, every word, every thought creates karma. When we are willing to take responsibility, we are taking control of our own karma. No one can make us suffer if our hearts know how to accept and let go. The second thing Tuan learned was, do not deceive yourself. He used to say he was fine when his heart was full of hurt. He used to say he was happy, but tears would fall in silence. The Buddha taught that to deceive others is to create karma. To deceive oneself is to create suffering. For when we deceive ourselves, the mind can no longer be clear. The mind is like the surface of water. Only when it is clear can it reflect the moon. The truth may hurt us, but falsehoods lead us astray. So Tuan learned to be honest, even if only with himself. When he was sad, he admitted he was sad. When he was tired, he allowed himself to rest. When he was lost, he stopped to find the way. The third thing he realized was, do not try to become someone else. He used to look at life through the eyes of comparison. Seeing someone better, he felt inferior. Seeing someone lesser, he felt arrogant. But then he understood that no one is born to be a copy of another. Each person is a flower that blooms in its own way. Some flowers bloom early, some bloom late, and some bloom only when it rains. If we try to be like someone else, we will lose our own true color and fragrance. The Buddha once taught, you are your own island. Only when we know how to stand firm in our own being can we truly find peace. The fourth thing he reminded himself of every night was, do not be immersed in the past. When he was younger, Tuan was often filled with regret. He remembered the opportunities he had missed, the people who had left, the things that could have been different. But then he understood that the past is a shadow. The more you chase it, the farther it gets. The Buddha said, do not cling to what is past. Do not long for what has not yet come. Only the present is real. When the mind clings to the past, the body grows weary. When the mind is in the present, the body is light. So he learned to breathe, to smile at this very moment. Whenever the rain fell outside his window, he felt a warmth in his heart, because he knew that as long as he still had breath, he could always begin again. The fifth thing Tuan learned was to overcome the fear of making mistakes. He used to be so afraid of failure that he dared not do anything. But then he realized that the fear of being wrong was the biggest mistake of all. In this life, no one is perfect. The Buddha taught that there is no path without stumbling. Only those who know how to get up after a fall truly move forward. Failure is not frightening. What is frightening is letting it extinguish the light in one's heart. Tuan began to try again the things he had once missed out on. He learned to draw, to meditate, to cook, to be silent. And in each of these small things, he found a simple joy he had never known before. The sixth thing he understood was, do not yield to all desires. He used to think that having a lot of money would bring happiness, that having a lover would make him less lonely, that being praised would make him feel worthy. But the more he had, the emptier he felt. The Buddha taught that desire is like a fire. The more oil you pour on it, the more it burns. When the mind is constantly demanding, we are never satisfied. True happiness lies not in having more, but in having less. Less greed, less anger, less attachment. A simple meal, a peaceful breath, a quiet sleep. That is the greatest blessing. And the final thing, the thing he would never forget, was, do not waste time on people who are not worthy. In the past, he had spent his youth trying to please people who did not care about him at all. He had endured in silence, cried in loneliness, and apologized even when he was not wrong. But the Buddha taught, the person who causes you suffering is also the person who teaches you to love yourself. When we know how to guard our hearts, to choose whom to be near, to leave when necessary, that is not selfishness, but wisdom. Tuan understood that no one can hurt us if we do not allow them to, and that true compassion is not endurance, but letting go in peace. From that day on, Tuan's life changed. He was not richer, not more famous, but he smiled more, slept better, and his mind was more at peace. Every evening, before going to bed, he would sit quietly, join his palms, and recite a small prayer. May this heart be tranquil. May all resentment be resolved. May this body be as light as a cloud, this mind as bright as the moon. Perhaps peace does not come from anything grand. It is just the moment we stop tormenting ourselves, stop hiding, stop being false. It is when we know how to live true to ourselves, to admit our mistakes without self-reproach, to love without needing anything in return. when our hearts are light, this whole world is also light. These 7 things one should not do, though seemingly simple. How many can truly uphold them? The person who evades responsibility will never grow. The person who deceives themselves will never be at peace. The person who tries to be someone else will never find themselves. The person who is immersed in the past will forever forget the present. The person who fears mistakes will never dare to live. The person who indulges their desires will never have enough. The person who wastes time on unworthy people will have no time left for themselves. Therefore, every night before you close your eyes, ask your heart, today, was I true to myself? If the answer is yes, then no matter how many challenges life may hold, you can still sleep in peace. The Buddha taught that one who knows how to let go is one who knows how to sleep well. For only when the mind is unentangled can dreams be peaceful. When the heart does not cling, the breath becomes light. The night is no longer a fear, but becomes a kind friend, comforting us with the sound of the rain, the touch of the wind, the steady beat of a calm heart. If tonight you are still restless, breathe gently and slowly. Close your eyes and let go of all worries. Remember that this life does not require too many things. Only a soul that knows how to live truthfully, a heart that knows how to love, and a mind that knows how to let go. Then sleep will come, as light as a dewdrop, as warm as the moonlight, as quiet as a temple bell ringing in the night. May you be at peace every night. May you, whether in dream or in wakefulness, have a kind heart and a bright mind. May you, though life may change, still keep a gentle smile upon your lips. For when the heart is already at peace, there is nothing left that can make it hard to sleep. Only the silence of the night, the gentle rain, and the soft breath of a person returning to their true self. The Buddha once taught that when the mind is at peace, life is naturally at peace. When the heart is still, all scenes are tranquil. Life is by no means without its storms. It only lacks a mind that knows how to stand still amidst the waves. The person who knows how to let go, how to be patient, how to stop amidst meaningless things, will find that they do not need to win over anyone, yet can still attain peace and joy. There are 2 things one should not ask, and 3 things one should not contest. Knowing this, the heart becomes light, sleep becomes peaceful, and life naturally becomes gentle. In our daily lives, we are often drawn into matters that are not our own. Seeing someone sad, we are curious. Seeing someone happy, we want to know the reason. Seeing others in competition, we also want to add a word. And from that, many unworthy matters become tangled. Many relationships break not over great things, but only over careless words that did not need to be spoken. The Buddha taught that the mouth is the door of karma. A single word spoken can save a person, but can also cause them pain. Therefore, one who knows how to guard their words, who knows when to be silent, is a person of wisdom. The two do not ask are do not ask about private matters, and do not ask about the family affairs of others. Each person's private life is their own garden. We cannot enter it without leaving footprints. As for the family affairs of others, if we have no connection, we should not seek to know, nor should we judge, for we see only the surface, the cause and effect within. Only heaven knows, earth knows, and their own hearts know. A question that seems like concern can sometimes sting the listener's heart. A seemingly careless remark can touch upon a wound that someone is hiding. The three do not contest are: do not contest who is right or wrong, do not contest for face, and do not contest for gain or loss. For the more one contests, the more agitated the heart becomes. The more one vies for victory, the more unquiet the mind becomes. One who contests right and wrong often loses their tranquility. One who contests for face often loses the hearts of others. One who contests for gain and loss often loses themselves. In Buddhism, a person of wisdom does not seek to win over others, but seeks to win over their own mind. In a small village by the river, there was a woman named Madame Nam. People called her Madame Nam, the rice seller, because for several decades she had sold rice at the old market corner. Her stall was always simple, with just a few bags of white rice, a few baskets of green beans, and a few packets of salt. But strangely, her stall always had customers, even though there were many newer, more beautiful, and busier stalls around. Madame Nam was small and thin. Her hair had turned gray early, but her face was always gentle. Every morning she would wake early and light a stick of incense before the Buddha altar in the corner of her home. As the incense smoke drifted lightly, she would join her palms and murmur, "I pray for a peaceful day. I pray for an unagitated heart. I pray that my mouth will not speak words that make others sad." Only then would she go to the market. The people in the market said they had never seen her ask about anyone's affairs. If someone was sad, she would just nod and smile gently. If someone told her of their suffering, she would only say, "Never mind, suffering too shall pass." If someone talked about another's wrongdoing, she would only say, "Everyone has their own causes and karma." Once, a neighboring vendor told her about her husband's infidelity and then asked, "Madam Nam, do you believe it?" She only replied softly, "Hearing about other people's family matters doesn't help in any way. Let us just pray that they learn to love each other more." Because of this, many people said she was timid and did not know how to live, that she couldn't contribute a single word to a conversation. But then one day, a major incident occurred in the market. Two vendors argued over a customer. Words were exchanged, and then they came to blows. Everyone sought witnesses. Everyone claimed they were right. Madam Nam sat quietly, fanning herself with a palm leaf fan. When people came to ask her who she saw was right and who was wrong, she just smiled and said, "I only see people who are suffering. I do not see anyone who is wrong." Her words silenced both sides. In their heat of anger, they suddenly felt their hearts cool down. From then on, people esteemed Madam Nam even more. Everyone said, "Madam Nam is truly a person of great blessings. It was not because she was rich, nor because she was clever, but because she had a peaceful heart." By not asking about others' affairs, she did not get entangled in gossip. By not contesting for gain or loss, she was never weary. She lived simply, but peacefully. At night, she slept soundly. In the morning, she smiled gently. For her, every day was a new day, unburdened by old matters. Once, someone asked Madam Nam, "How are you so kind? No matter what anyone says, you just smile and never get angry." She replied, "Because I do not contest, I lose nothing. To be angry is to take a knife and cut one's own heart. To smile is to light a lamp for oneself in the night." The listener fell silent, for in those simple words lay a lifetime of understanding the way. The Buddha taught that to not contest is sainthood, to not speak is wisdom, to not ask is clarity. Worldly people often fear losing, so they constantly contest. But within the gain of contention lies the seed of loss. Only the one who can maintain tranquility is the one who has truly conquered themselves. The two do not ask, and the three do not contest. They seem small, but they are the gateway to peace. When we do not ask about others' private matters, our minds are not entangled. When we do not contest who is right or wrong, our hearts are not agitated. When we do not contest for face, we maintain humility. When we do not contest for gain or loss, we maintain a clear mind. Just like the surface of a lake, only when there is no wind can it reflect the moon. Life is like a river. In some places, the current is swift. In others, it is calm. If we keep stirring it up to see the bottom, the water will never be clear. Many people suffer from sleeplessness, not because the body is tired, but because the heart is. The heart is tired because it is filled with the affairs of others, the affairs of the world, matters of right and wrong. The more one thinks, the more tangled one feels. The more one contests, the more unquiet one feels. If one could just let go a little, there would be silence. When the mind is still, the breath is even. Close the eyes, and sleep naturally comes. When we do not ask about the private matters of others, we are also learning how to love. To love is to not cause others further hurt. Each person carries within them a silent sorrow. Some may be forcing a smile on the outside, but inside is a wound that has not healed. If our compassion is sincere, let them be at peace. Do not stir up what they are trying to forget. That is a way of practicing silent kindness. No need for words, no need for display, yet it holds profound merit. And when we do not contest, that is when we are learning how to let go. To let go is not to lose, but to choose peace. To win over others is only a temporary victory. To win over oneself is the true victory. The Buddha said that one who knows how to let go of what is unworthy will gain something far more precious. When we can let go of right and wrong, we see that all things are dependent on conditions. When we can let go of face, we find our hearts as light as clouds. When we can let go of gain and loss, we see that in this life there is nothing that needs to be held on to so tightly. Many people ask, if no one contests, will life become passive? But in truth, to not contest is not to be passive. To not contest is to do one's best without being attached. It is to speak with compassion, not with anger. To act with right mindfulness, not for the sake of winning. A person with such a mind brings peace and joy to themselves and to others, wherever they go. Madame Nam, the rice seller, is an image of such a person. Her entire life was spent in the marketplace, amidst the noise, amidst the hustle, yet she still maintained a tranquil mind. To all who saw her, she seemed simple, but in truth, she was living in the world as if in a meditation hall. The market was a place where people bought and sold, but for her, it was a place of cultivation. Every person who came, every word spoken, every smile was a lesson on cause and effect, on the human heart, on the meaning of patience. Once, a customer intentionally bargained for a low price and spoke harsh words. She still happily packed the rice without the slightest frown. People asked why she was not annoyed. She smiled kindly. If they are hot, and I become hot as well, the fire will burn on both sides. If they are hot, and I am cool, the fire will go out. I choose to be cool. As simple as that. But that is the wisdom of one who understands the way. The meaning of Madame Nam's story is this. When the mind is at peace, the scenery is also at peace. When we do not ask and do not contest, we preserve our own pure energy. Life no longer has so many storms, for the wind is only strong when the heart is still in turmoil. A person can live in the midst of the market, in the midst of people, and still be at peace, because their mind is not pulled away. They know what should be heard, when to be silent, and what should be let go. The Buddha taught that a cultivator does not need to go far, to simply be where one is and maintain a pure mind. That is cultivation. Madame Nam never entered a temple, never chanted many sutras, but her every action, her every word was a lesson in meditation. Meditation in the breath, meditation in a smile, meditation in knowing not to ask, knowing not to contest. Only by letting go of gain and loss can one find one's heart as vast as the ocean. The ocean does not fear the waves, for it knows the waves come and go. The ocean does not contest for space with the clouds, for it knows the clouds are only visiting and will soon depart. A person is the same. When one knows that all things are conditions, there is no one left to resent, nothing left to grasp. When the mind is like the ocean, all trivial matters dissolve like sea foam. Therefore, if tonight you are still restless, take a deep breath. Exhale slowly. Close your eyes and imagine yourself as a still lake. The words others have spoken, let the wind carry them away. The matters that do not belong to you, let the water wash them away. Keep only the breath. Keep the smile. Keep the kind heart. When the mind is at peace, sleep will come. Remember that it is not the one with many words who understands, nor the one who is skilled at debate who wins. True understanding lies in a heart that knows silence. True victory lies in a mind that knows how to yield. A single unspoken word can sometimes save a relationship. A single uncontested matter can sometimes preserve a lifetime of peace. The Buddha once said, "A single moment of anger burns down a forest of merits. A single moment of compassion gives rise to blessings for 100 eons. To maintain a mind that does not contest is to preserve one's blessings. To maintain a mouth that does not ask meaningless questions is to preserve one's peace. Tonight, if you can, before you sleep, smile and gently recite a phrase. May this mind be at peace. May these words be kind. May this heart know how to let go. At that moment, the rain will sound softer. The breath will slow down, and sleep will come, as gentle as a wisp of incense smoke drifting in the silent space. The Buddha taught that the lotus flower blooms only in mud, and a person of wisdom shines only in suffering. In life, no one wants to suffer. No one prays for adversity, but it is precisely adversity that is the shortest path leading one to wisdom and compassion. For when we are happy, we forget to look deeply into ourselves. Only when we suffer do we agree to stop and listen to the voice within our hearts. Just like a precious gem, it must be cut and polished to shine. A person is the same. Without passing through trials, one cannot see the true light within one's own heart. Many people lament, "Why do I suffer more than others? Why, despite all my efforts, do I still encounter difficulties, sickness, and loss?" But the Buddha taught that suffering does not come to punish, but to awaken. Adversity does not arise to make us weak, but to open a new door within us, the door of understanding, of letting go, of peace. When we are in pain, we learn how to feel empathy. When we lose, we learn how to be grateful. Only when we suffer do we see the value of a peaceful day. Therefore, do not fear suffering. See it as a kind teacher. Though it may be harsh, it comes to teach us the most important lessons. Lessons about impermanence, about cause and effect, about knowing when one has enough. Suffering is a mirror, reflecting to us how far we have strayed from right mindfulness. When we know how to return, suffering will dissolve like clouds after the rain. A person of wisdom does not resent life, does not blame others, but only asks their own heart, "What have I learned from this suffering?" When we understand, suffering becomes a blessing. When we do not yet understand, a blessing can turn into suffering. Long ago, in the Anguttara Nikaya, there is a passage recording the Buddha's teaching. Just as a blacksmith, the longer he forges, the harder the iron becomes. Likewise, the more a cultivator encounters adversity, the brighter their mind, the firmer their wisdom. Therefore, whenever our lives fall into a difficult period, remember that it is not the end, but only a gentle test of our karma. If we can pass it, the path ahead will open up to a new realm. the story of Miss Lan, an ordinary teacher, will help us to understand this more deeply. Miss Lan, 40 years old this year, had spent her entire life as a kind and dedicated teacher at a small school in a peaceful countryside. She lived simply and had never had a conflict with anyone. Every morning, she would wake early, brew a pot of tea, read a few pages from the Dhammapada, and then go to class with a gentle smile. Her life seemed destined to be forever peaceful. Until one day, her body began to signal strange pains. The results of her medical examination caused her entire world to collapse. Stage 3 cancer. At first, Miss Lan was terrified. Every night, she would lie listening to the rain falling outside her window, and her tears would not stop. She thought of her elderly parents, her students, her unfulfilled dreams. She asked the heavens, "Why me? I have never done anything wrong." But the more she asked, the more her heart suffered, for no one answered, and no one could change her fate. One afternoon, after her first round of treatment, she went to the temple near her home to pray for peace. The abbot looked at her, did not say much, only invited her to sit down and poured her a cup of hot tea. The gentle fragrance of the tea wafted up, its warmth spreading in the wind. The abbot asked, "Child, do you know why you are in pain?" She replied, "Because of karma, venerable sir." The abbot nodded and then said, "Correct. But karma is not for you to resent, but for you to understand. The sick body is for the mind to be healed. The pain of the body is for the mind to know how to return." The abbot told her, "Some who are ill, the more they resist, the more they suffer. Some know how to accept, how to love their own bodies, and then the illness is no longer an enemy, but becomes a friend, reminding us to live more slowly, breathe more deeply, and love ourselves more." Miss Lan was silent. The tea had grown cool, but the abbot's words were like a warm burko in her heart. From that day on, she no longer complained. She began to practice meditation every morning. When she was in pain, she would close her eyes and softly recite, "Namo Amitabha Buddha." When she was tired, she would smile and say to herself, "This is karma dissolving. It is not suffering, but a blessing." Gradually, her mind became peaceful. She continued her treatment. She was still in pain, but she was no longer afraid. She began to spend time writing letters, encouraging other patients. She went to the hospital, bringing books, telling stories of the Buddha, of cause and effect, of faith. Whenever someone was frightened, she would hold their hand and say softly, "Don't be afraid. We are being taught a precious lesson. Miss Lan became an inspiration to many. A patient who had once intended to give up smiled again after meeting her. Her doctor said, "Miss Lan has not only lived longer than expected, but her spirit is unusually bright. It seems the pain has helped her to see clearly the nature of life, that nothing is permanent, that this body is only temporary, and that the most precious thing is not to live long, but to live with awareness." 3 years later, Miss Lan passed away. But before she left behind a small notebook. The last line in it read, "This illness was a gift sent by the Buddha to help me understand that every breath is a blessing. Without this suffering, I would have remained asleep in peace. I am grateful for this illness, for because of it, I have been able to truly live." When the abbot read those lines, tears fell from his eyes. For people often resent suffering, but few know how to be grateful for it. Miss Lan is gone, but she left behind a great lesson. Adversity is a blessing in disguise if we know how to see it with the eyes of the Buddha. That is the meaning of this story. In life, no one can avoid suffering. But suffering is not a bad thing. It is only a necessary part of the process of clearing karma. It is like a person boiling water. When the water boils, the sediment rises to the surface. If we are patient, the sediment will settle, and the water will be clear again. Likewise, when karma ripens and suffering appears, if we pass through it with equanimity, the karma will dissolve, and the mind will brighten. The Buddha taught that suffering is a noble truth. One who understands suffering is close to the way. When we are willing to look deeply into our pain, we see that in suffering there are causes and conditions. One who does evil reaps suffering in repayment. One who does good encounters suffering in order to become more diligent. The suffering of today, if passed through with right mindfulness, will transform into wholesome blessings for the future. But if resisted with anger and hatred, it will become new karma. Therefore, when encountering adversity, do not resent it. Do not fear it. Smile and say, "This is a condition for me to learn." When the mind is at peace, suffering naturally diminishes. When the mind is bright, suffering naturally dissolves. Pain is only temporary, like the rain which eventually stops. Sickness is only a small part of karma, but the way we face it is the deciding factor. If we resent, karma increases. If we understand, karma is cleared. Miss Lan understood this, so though her body was ill, her mind was still healthy. Though her heart was in pain, it was still at peace. Many people looked at her and thought she was lucky. But in truth, it was the fruit of her diligent cultivation. For in every moment, she had learned to live with right mindfulness, not indulging in fear, not seeking to escape. She had walked amidst pain and still offered a smile. And that very smile was a testament to the Buddha's teaching. The one who knows how to smile in suffering has already overcome suffering. If we are willing to look closely, every adversity contains the seed of a blessing. The person who loses a job has the opportunity to change direction. The person who loses a love has the chance to return to themselves. The person who loses money learns the lesson of letting go. The person who loses their health learns the lesson of loving kindness. Every loss is a reminder from our karma. Be awake. Therefore, do not run from adversity. Sit down, breathe, and ask your heart, what has this lesson come to teach me? Perhaps it is patience. Perhaps it is compassion. Perhaps it is letting go. Perhaps it is gratitude. When we find the answer, suffering is no longer frightening. It is only a boat to carry us to the shore of enlightenment. A person who has never suffered can hardly understand others. A person who has never lost can hardly know how to cherish. A person who has never been sick can hardly know how to live slowly. Thus, suffering is the very gateway to compassion. One who has suffered, if they know how to open their heart, will have a great capacity for love. In every adversity, there are two choices. One is to complain. The other is to learn. The one who chooses to complain will be dragged down by suffering. The one who chooses to learn will be lifted up by suffering. When the mind transforms, the situation changes. When we see suffering as a friend, we will no longer fear it. It is like a farmer who understands that the rainy season is for the soil to become fertile, and the dry season is for the plants to endure the sun and grow strong. Life is the same. There is sun, there is rain, there is light, there is dark. Each stage is necessary for the growth of the mind. The Buddha taught that in fire, gold becomes bright. In suffering, a person becomes true. Therefore, do not blame adversity. Be grateful for it. For because of it, we become humble. Because of it, we learn to love. Because of it, we see the impermanence of life and cherish every moment. The one who knows how to be grateful for suffering has already walked half the path to enlightenment. Tonight, if you are still restless, if there are unquiet things in your heart, take a deep breath and exhale gently. Close your eyes and listen to the Buddha's teaching. No suffering lasts forever. Every pain is a door that opens to the light. Look at your own adversity, not with fear, but with a heart of compassion. Say silently, I am grateful for being taught this lesson. When you are sincerely grateful, your mind will be at peace. When your mind is at peace, sleep will come, as light as a cloud, as warm as the moonlight at the beginning of the night. Believe that suffering is not the end, but the beginning of a new journey, a journey of understanding, of enlightenment, of peace. Believe that every difficulty is an opportunity sent by the Buddha for us to grow. And remember, without adversity, there would be no enlightenment. The Buddha once taught that resentment cannot be resolved by resentment. Only by compassion and forgiveness can all suffering be soothed. In life, everyone has been hurt, has felt wronged, has carried unseen scars in their hearts. Some choose to nurture that wound with anger. Others choose to let it gradually dissolve in compassion. That very difference is the boundary between suffering and peace. When night comes, when the noise of the world is no more, only then can we hear the voice of our own hearts clearly. Some toss and turn, unable to sleep, not because the body is tired, but because the mind is not yet at ease, because there is still resentment, still affliction, still attachment. When the mind has not yet forgiven, the heart is still like a fire. Though it may be small, it is enough to burn away our serenity. Therefore, forgiveness is not an act for others, but a gift we give to ourselves. Forgiveness does not mean forgetting everything, nor does it mean condoning wrongdoing. Forgiveness is to see through to the nature of suffering, to understand that each person is enduring their own karma. When we understand that, we no longer wish for revenge, no longer wish to win or lose. For in the endless cycle of rebirth, no one truly wins. No one truly loses. Only the one who finds peace is the one who is truly liberated. The ancients had a saying, "To hold a grudge is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. In the end, you are the one who gets burned. Resentment is a burden. Forgiveness is letting go. When we can let go of resentment, we become light. When we can forgive others, we find peace." In the Dhammapada, the Buddha taught, "He who has conquered gives rise to hatred. The defeated sleep in sorrow. He who has given up both victory and defeat lives in peaceful happiness." That is the lesson of letting go, of a compassionate heart. For only when we know how to put things down can we move forward. The story of Madame Hua, from the Sutra of the numinous response of the Buddha Dharma that is about to be told, is a testament to that power. The power of a compassionate heart, of forgiveness, of the miraculous transformation that only love can bring about. Madame Hua lived in a peaceful countryside. She had an only son. who was obedient, kind, and the pride of her life. The life of the mother and son, though not wealthy, was filled with happiness. Every day was the same. She would wake early, prepare a meal, and then stand at the gate, smiling as she watched her son step out onto the road to go to work. She would often say, "Go with joy," and return in peace. But one morning, those words would be the last she would ever say to her son. That day, a drunk young man driving a car crashed into her son. In the sudden accident, he died on the spot. The entire village was stunned. The entire sky in Madame Hua's heart collapsed. People saw her sitting silently for hours before the altar, her eyes dry, with no more tears left to cry. Some came to advise her, "Sue the one who committed this crime. Let the law punish him." But she only shook her head gently and said softly, "The law will do its part. My part is to keep my own heart from turning to resentment." When the young man who caused the accident was arrested, she went to the prison. People were surprised, thinking she had come to curse and shout, to vent her anger. But no, she brought a basket of fruit and a few small sutra books and said to the officer, "I've come to visit my son." The prison officer did not understand and asked, "But your son has already passed away." She smiled. "The boy in here is the son that karmic conditions have brought to me. I have lost one son, but who knows? Perhaps the heavens and the Buddha have given me another to teach him how to live right." The first time they met, the young man kept his head bowed and could not speak a word. He cried, trembling, and said amidst sobs, "I'm sorry. I deserve to die." Her voice was gentle. "If you die, who will live to correct the mistake? If you die, the karma is not dissolved. The transgression is not transformed. The pain remains. Forgiveness is not about forgetting, but about walking through it together." From then on, she visited him every month. She brought food, clothes, and teachings about cause and effect. She told him stories from the sutras about people who knew how to repent, about the compassion of the Buddha. The young man gradually changed. In his eyes, there was a gradual awakening. 4 years later, upon his release from prison, he sought her out and knelt down, sobbing, "I dare not ask for your forgiveness, but I want to live as you have taught me, to live to atone for my wrongdoing." She helped him up and said slowly, "I forgave you a long time ago. From the day you knew how to feel pain, you were already saved." From then on, he became a volunteer, going to places with orphans, places in need of help, silently doing good deeds. Once, when asked what had changed him, he only said, "It was through her compassion that I learned how to live." The story spread throughout the village, and all who heard it were moved to tears. They said Madame Hua was extraordinary, but she only smiled kindly. "I am not extraordinary. I just did not want to live in resentment. Resentment is a prison. Forgiveness is liberation." After hearing that story, we suddenly realize that compassion is not something distant. It is the light that shines into the darkest places of the human soul. If Madame Hua had chosen resentment, perhaps 2 lives would have been buried in suffering. But thanks to a single thought of compassion, she saved not only another person, but also herself. Forgiveness, in truth, is a form of cultivation. Cultivation is not only in a temple, but in every breath, every choice. One may recite the Buddha's name for a lifetime, but if they are unwilling to let go of anger, they have not yet truly cultivated. But one who knows how to forgive, to love, to be compassionate, with even just that one thought, is one step closer to the Buddha. In the scriptures, the Buddha spoke of karma and its fruit. One who commits an evil act will have to bear the consequences. No one can escape. But for one who gives rise to a compassionate mind, that karma will gradually be resolved. Forgiveness is not about erasing karma, but about not creating new karma. When we forgive, we end the cycle of hatred, so as not to sow more seeds of suffering into the future. Think about that. In this life, everyone has done wrong, has hurt someone. If we hope for others to forgive us, then we should also learn to forgive others. For forgiveness is a two-way street, a stream of water that washes away the dirt for both sides. The one who holds a grudge may think themselves strong, but in truth, they are weak. The one who knows how to forgive may seem weak, but is stronger than ever, because forgiveness requires courage, requires faith, requires a soul that has matured. Sometimes we cannot forgive others because we have not forgiven ourselves. We blame ourselves for having trusted, for having loved, for having sacrificed. But blaming oneself is also a form of suffering. Look deeply into your own mind and say to yourself, "I did my best. I am enough." When we can let go, the heart will be at peace. Forgiveness is not about erasing the memory, but about not letting that memory control us any longer. When we still remember, but no longer feel the pain, that is the moment we have truly forgiven. In the quiet of the night, imagine you are sitting by a peaceful lake. All your anger, all your afflictions are like stones falling onto the water's surface. They create ripples, but then they too settle down. Your mind is the same. If you do not continue to throw more stones, the surface of the water will become placid. Forgiveness is the act of stopping, so that the water may be still. Some people say, "I cannot forgive because that person is not worthy." But my friend, forgiveness is not for the other person to be worthy, but for you to be worthy of your own peace. Do not wait for someone else to change before you let go, for the suffering lies in your heart, not in their hands. Remember, when you forgive, it does not mean you have lost, but that you have won. You have won over the anger in your own heart, won over selfishness, won over even your karmic obstacles. And that is the greatest victory of a person's life. Like Madame Hua in the story, she did not contest, did not argue, did not punish. But she herself was the victor. She conquered her pain, conquered the darkness, to step into the light of compassion. And the young man, by being forgiven, was reborn. That is the power of a compassionate heart, a power that needs no swords or spears, no loud words, yet can change the very destiny of a person. Sometimes, just a single word of forgiveness, a single look of empathy, is enough to save someone from the abyss. For every human being yearns to be understood, to be forgiven, to be loved. When we give that to others, we are sowing a wholesome seed. And like all other wholesome seeds, it will sprout and blossom. And one day, we will reap the fruits of peace and joy. Forgiveness costs us nothing, but only makes us richer, richer in compassion, richer in peace. Resentment only makes us poorer, poorer in happiness, poorer in smiles. Therefore, every night before you sleep, try to be silent for a few minutes. Close your eyes. Think of those who have hurt you, and say silently, "I forgive you. I also forgive myself." It is just a small phrase, but if it comes from a sincere heart, it will make your sleep deeper and more peaceful. A good night's sleep comes not only from a healthy body, but from a light soul. When the heart has let go, the breath will be even, and dreams will be gentle. The one who knows how to forgive is the one who sleeps in peace. The one who knows how to let go is the one who lives in peace. Like water flowing past a stone, it does not complain, does not stop, but just quietly moves on. Life is the same. Do not let a single grudge stop the flow of your soul. Let a compassionate heart lead the way. let forgiveness open the path. When we know how to love even those who have caused us suffering, that is when we truly understand the way. For in the eyes of the Buddha, there are no enemies, only souls who are lost. And every time we forgive, we are illuminating a part of that darkness. Finally, remember that forgiveness is not weakness, but strength. That strength comes not from muscles, but from the mind, not from power, but from wisdom. For only one who clearly understands cause and effect, who clearly understands impermanence, can truly forgive. Tonight, if you are listening to these words, let your mind grow gentle. Do not think too much about the past. Do not blame anyone. Do not resent anything. Take a deep breath and exhale very slowly. All resentment will gradually dissolve in that breath. The Buddha taught that when the mind is at peace, all things are at peace. When a compassionate heart arises, merits and virtues arrive. When one knows how to forgive, unwholesome karma dissolves, and good fortune will follow. Therefore, to have a good night's sleep, let the mind be at ease. To have a healthy body, let a compassionate heart blossom. Believe that though life may have much suffering, with just a single wholesome thought, the light has already begun to shine. Just as any long night will eventually pass, after the darkness, there is always the dawn. Let forgiveness become the sun in your heart, illuminating the days to come. May you, each night upon hearing these words, find your mind clear, your heart at peace, your sleep complete. And upon waking, may a smile still be upon your lips. Live kindly, live with love, live with forgiveness. For when we give compassion, what we receive in return is our own happiness. The Buddha taught that human life is an impermanent journey. It has a beginning and an end, but no one knows where their own final station will be. We come into this world like passengers boarding a train. On that train, some are long-term companions. Some travel only a short distance. Some board the train with a smile, but disembark in tears. Some seem to be traveling far, but in the end, are only passing through. Life is just like that, impermanent, short, as fragile as a wisp of evening smoke. The Buddha once said, "A human life is as short as a breath. When the final breath departs, all glory, fame, and resentment become illusion." Therefore, what is important is not how long we live, but how we have lived. Like a person on a train, what is precious is not the final destination, but how many people on that journey we have smiled at, helped, and loved. Each evening, as a day closes, we pass another stage of that journey. Some sleep in peace, others toss and turn with worries. The peaceful person is the one who knows contentment. The worried person is the one who has not yet learned to let go. Therefore, to sleep well, the mind must be pure. To have a pure mind, one must know how to let go. And to let go is to understand the impermanent nature of life. Life is a long train journey. Everyone has a ticket, but no one knows when their ticket will expire. Therefore, live as if today were the last day of the journey. Speak words of love while you still can. Help others while you still have the strength. Forgive while your heart is still warm. For when the train stops, all that we carry with us will be nothing but our wholesome or unwholesome karma. In a small town by the river, there was a train driver named Loy. His entire life was bound to the railway, to the long, lingering sound of the train's whistle. In his early years, he drove the train for over 40 years, carrying countless people through countless lands, witnessing countless meetings and partings. People said he was the soul of that train station. His apprentice, a young man named Nam, recounted that Mr. Loy drove the train not just with his hand, but with his whole heart. Every time the train left the station, he would always stick his head out the window, look back at the platform, and say loudly to his apprentice, "Remember, on the train of life, some people get on, some people get off. What's important is how we have traveled." Nam heard that phrase hundreds of times, but only after Mr. Loy retired did he fully understand it. On his last day on the job, he wore a blue shirt with a frayed collar, held an old hat in his hand, and stepped into the driver's cabin. The early morning sun shone through the glass, its golden light bathing his wrinkled but kind face. The train left the station, its whistle echoing. Dozens of townspeople stood up. Some had tears in their eyes. Everyone knew this was Mr. Loy's last train. Along the way, he told Nam small but profound stories. He said, "You know, son, when you drive a train, you have to learn to look years ahead. Look far to avoid danger. Look far to anticipate what's coming. Life is the same. You have to know how to look far, how to slow down. Don't be so engrossed in your own journey that you forget the people traveling with you." Nam asked, "Weren't you ever tired, sir, spending your whole life just around the railway?" He smiled gently. "Tired, of course. But when I see the passengers smile, when I see them arrive safely at their destination, my heart feels light again. There are train journeys in life that don't need a destination. They just need to go in the right direction." That day's train journey was longer than usual. Mr. Loy said he wanted to go slowly, to look at everything one last time. The train passed golden rice fields, a steel bridge tinged by time, a winding river, sparkling in the sun. At each place, he would point it out to Nam. Over there, in 87, there was a landslide. We had to stop for a whole day. Over there, I once saved a child who almost fell into the river. Each memory was a seed of love that he had cultivated throughout his life. On the day he passed away, the whole train station wept. They hung his picture on the wall. Amidst the sound of the early morning train whistle, anyone who passed by would stop and join their palms. Some said, "He was a good man. He never complained his whole life, only knew how to help people." Another said, "He once saved me when I fainted on the train." Yet another recounted, "Once I forgot my wallet, and he returned it to my house." Each story was a flower in the garden of merit and virtue that he left behind. His old apprentice, now the head train driver, would slow down every time he passed the old route and offer a silent prayer of incense from his heart. He would say softly, "Teacher, I understand your words now. Life is like a train. Some people get on, some people get off. What's important is how we have traveled." Through that story, we understand that every person is driving their own train. It may be the train of love, of work, of dreams, or of responsibility. Whatever our train carries, let us drive it with a pure heart. For only the one who drives with their heart can bring that train to a peaceful destination. The story of Mr. Loy is also a lesson in cause and effect. He lived wholesomely, so he received wholesomeness in return. He gave smiles, so he departed amidst the loving tears of others. That is the natural law of the universe. What you sow, you shall reap. Do good, and you will receive good. Cause and effect are never wrong. It is only a matter of whether it comes early or late. A person who has lived fully needs no gold or silver when they depart from this world. They only need the memory of others. For the memories of others are the very mirror that reflects our wholesome karma. The selfish person, upon dying, is remembered by no one. The kind person, upon dying, remains as if still present. Some ask, what does it mean to live fully? To live fully is not to live to be praised, but to live so that one's own heart feels no shame. In whatever you do, think of the consequences. In whatever you say, think of the hearts of others. When the mind is pure, every action is wholesome. When a compassionate heart arises, merits and virtues naturally come. The Buddha taught that every breath is a gift. Every person we meet is a condition. When the condition is present, we meet. When the condition is over, we part. No one stays with us forever, nor does anyone leave forever. Therefore, do not try to hold on. Do not try to keep. Know how to smile when others depart from our lives, for they are simply boarding another train, continuing on their own journey. It is precisely because of impermanence that we must know how to cherish every moment. Look back on your life. How many people have passed through? How many words of love have we not dared to give? How many hands have we not dared to hold? Time passes as swiftly as a wheel rolling on a track. It does not turn back, does not wait. Therefore, let us live a little more slowly, to have time to love. Every evening as you close your eyes, ask yourself, today, have I done anything to make someone smile? If so, then that was a complete day. If not, then tomorrow, try a little harder. For every smile we sow is a flower on the train of life. For one who lives with kindness, whether the journey is long or short, it is still a beautiful one. For one who lives in selfishness, no matter how much they achieve, it is only a temporary station. Believe that happiness lies not in the destination, but in every stretch of the road we travel. Just like Mr. Loy, he did not seek fame, did not wish to be remembered by name. He only wanted every train he drove to bring people to their destination safely. Life is the same. We cannot control when we will get off at our station, but we can choose how we sit on that train. Choose to sit with a smile, with a heart of gratitude, with compassion. Do not sit with resentment, for that only makes our journey heavier. Some are born sitting in the first car, some in the last. Some only stand for a moment and then leave. But that is not important. What is important is what we have left behind when we get off the train. A word of thanks, a small act, a benevolent heart, all are beautiful imprints that life will not forget. When you think of departure, do not be afraid. Death is not the end, but a change of stations. The soul simply changes to another train, continuing on the path of rebirth. Therefore, what is worth worrying about is not when we will die, but how we have lived before we die. If we live with a wholesome heart, when we leave the train, the Buddha will greet us with light. If we live in anger and resentment, when we leave the train, darkness will surround us. Therefore, always choose the light. Even a small ray is enough to illuminate the path we walk. A person of wisdom will not lament that life is short, but will know how to cherish each day. A person with a kind heart will not grieve when others leave, but will know how to be grateful that they once came. Because, as the Buddha said, dependent on conditions. Conditions come for us to learn. Conditions go for us to understand. Every person on the train of our life is a lesson, teaching us how to love, how to let go, how to live. When you see someone leave your life, do not grieve for too long. Join your palms, smile, and send a kind wish. For who knows, on another train, they too may be remembering you. Life is a journey that does not repeat. Therefore, travel with all your heart. Let every place we pass, every person we meet, receive a little light from us. Live in such a way that when the train of our life stops, those who remain will remember us with warmth, not with pain. Believe that when we live wholesomely, blessings will follow us like a shadow to a form. When we sow love, love will return like ripples spreading on the water's surface. And when we leave the train, what we leave behind are the footprints of a compassionate heart. Tonight, as you listen to these words, let your soul relax. Imagine you are sitting on a train, quietly passing through a moonlit field. The sound of the wind is like a lullaby, the sound of the wheels like a heartbeat. Outside the window, memories float by as lightly as clouds. Smile, because you are traveling, still living, still have the opportunity to love. And when tomorrow comes, step off that train car with a heart of gratitude, grateful for those who have accompanied you, grateful for those who have left, grateful even for the difficulties that have taught you to be strong. The Buddha taught that a day not lived in compassion is a day wasted. Therefore, live fully, sow love, so that when we depart from the station of life, we have no regrets. May you sleep in peace each night and awaken in serenity each morning. May the train of your life, whether long or short, be filled with the light of a wholesome heart, of smiles and of love. For in the end, what remains is not money or fame, but the trace of love we leave behind on the train of life. The Buddha taught that even sleep is a form of cultivation. When one sleeps in right mindfulness, the body is rested, and the mind is at peace. When one sleeps in ignorance, the body sleeps, but the mind still roams, never truly resting. In life, many people think that sleep is just a natural part of the body. But for one who knows how to cultivate, who knows how to live with right mindfulness, Even sleep is a way of returning to oneself, a way of releasing all suffering and nurturing the wholesome seeds in the mind consciousness. Every evening when we lie down, the world outside subsides. There is no more work, no more voices, no more worries. Only us with our breath. Only us with ourselves. But it is also at that very moment that so many thoughts, so many memories, so many worries arise. The person who cannot sleep suffers not because the body is not tired, but because the mind is not yet at ease. The Buddha once taught that when the mind is at peace, all phenomena are at peace. When the mind is like the placid surface of a lake, only then can the moon cast its reflection. When the mind is agitated, no matter how bright the moon, its reflection is distorted and broken. Therefore, to have a peaceful sleep, the first thing is not to turn off the light, not to find a soft pillow, but to turn off the deluded thoughts in the mind, to calm the endless stream of thoughts that flows swiftly within us. A person with right mindfulness, even while sleeping, can maintain a peaceful breath. They sleep in a state of knowing that this body is lying down, knowing that this mind is being rested, knowing that all things in this world will eventually pass, like clouds drifting across the sky. No effort, no forcing, no demanding, just breathing, just relaxing, just letting each drop of time flow by as lightly as the morning dew. Therefore, before going to sleep, sit quietly for a little while. Breathing in, know that you are breathing in. Breathing out, know that you are breathing out. Let go of the long, weary day. The arguments, the competitions, the plans unfulfilled. Let them all fall away like autumn leaves, without regret, without holding on. When the mind is light, sleep is also light. When the mind is heavy, even in dreams, there is no peace. There is a story of a poor woodcutter in ancient India. Every day, he would go into the forest to chop wood, bring it to the market to sell, earning just enough for his daily rice. Though poor, he always wore a smile and spoke words of thanks to everyone. Everyone was fond of him because he was kind, spoke little, and was always helping others. Once, a monk was passing by and saw him resting under a tree. The monk asked, "Are you happy?" The woodcutter replied, "Venerable sir, I do not have much money. I do not have a grand house, but every night I sleep well, and every morning I feel a peace in my heart. Is that not happiness?" The monk smiled and said, "One who has right mindfulness, though poor, is still rich." One who lacks right mindfulness, though rich, is still poor. You can sleep well because your mind is not bound. A person with right mindfulness when they sleep is like a person who has placed their boat in the middle of a calm lake. Though the wind may blow and the waves may ripple, the boat does not capsize. That story, though simple, contains a profound lesson. A good night's sleep comes not from a soft pillow and a warm blanket, but from a heart free of burdens. Right mindfulness is the bright lamp in the mind that illuminates every dark corner, allowing us to see clearly what is real and what is illusion, what is worth letting go of and what should be kept. When we see clearly, we are not afraid, not suffering. In life, some people fall asleep the moment they get into bed. Others toss and turn all night. The difference lies not in the bed, but in the state of mind. One who knows how to cultivate every night before sleeping contemplates the day that has passed. They remember the good things, send gratitude to those who have helped them, and apologize to those they have hurt. Then they silently recite a Buddha's name, like a small candle in the night. That light guides the mind consciousness into a peaceful slumber. The ancients had a saying, "A peaceful night's sleep, a wholesome morning mind." When we sleep in right mindfulness, upon waking, the mind is naturally light and at ease. All the good fortune and favorable conditions of the day also arise naturally, for the seed that was sown was peace, and the fruit that will be reaped is wholesomeness. When the mind is at peace, wholesome karma sprouts. When the mind is agitated, suffering karma follows. Therefore, every sleep is an opportunity to sow wholesome seeds into the mind consciousness. Some ask, how can one be mindful while sleeping? The Buddha taught that one need not do anything esoteric. Simply, before sleeping, stop for a moment. Place your hands on your chest and feel the breath as it enters and leaves. Focus your mind on the breath. Do not let it wander. Breathe in deeply. Breathe out gently, like waves lapping the shore. Silently recite Amitabha Buddha or Namo Shakyamuni Buddha. Just like that, the body will relax and the mind will become tranquil. When the mind is at peace, auspicious dreams will come naturally. A mindful sleep is like a full moon night. Not too dark, not too bright, just enough to see everything clearly. When we sleep, we are no longer trying to forget life, but are returning to ourselves to understand that all suffering and worries are just passing clouds. Though the clouds may be thick, the sky is still blue. Though the wind may be strong, the moon is still full. Likewise, though life is full of changes, within us there is always a region of tranquil sky. We need only know how to return to it. During difficult nights, instead of tossing and turning, instead of opening your phone or thinking restlessly, listen to your own breath. Imagine that each breath is a cool breeze passing through your entire body, carrying away fatigue and anxiety, letting them drift farther and farther away. Let the mind return to the present moment, where life is simply unfolding. Do not regret the past. Do not worry for the future. Stay with this moment, with this very breath, for that is the door that opens to peace and joy. Like a river, if we do not stir it, the water is naturally clear. The human mind is the same. When it is not entangled in deluded thoughts, it is naturally clear, light, and full of love. A person with a tranquil mind finds peace wherever they go, sleeps soundly wherever they are. A Zen master once said, "One who knows how to sleep is one who knows how to live." For in a mindful sleep, the body is rested, the mind is nourished, wisdom is illuminated, and merit is cultivated. It is not just the sleep of the body, but the sleep of afflictions. When the mind sleeps peacefully, afflictions dissolve, and wisdom arises. To sleep in right mindfulness is also to learn how to let go of a long day, to let go of the words others have said, to let go even of what we have not yet accomplished. For life is impermanent. Some days are happy, some are sad. Some things are achieved, some are left incomplete. All are lessons for us to learn how to smile at ourselves. Remember that every sleep is a small death, and every morning's awakening is a rebirth. When we go to sleep in peace, we awaken in purity. When we go to sleep in affliction, we awaken in weariness. So before you close your eyes, ask your heart, today, have I lived kindly? Have I been grateful? Have I let go? If the answer is yes, then you are ready for a peaceful sleep. A person's life is like a train journey. The daytime is the journey. The nighttime is the station for rest. If we do not stop, that train will derail. Therefore, let sleep be the peaceful stopping place of the mind. Do not let the body sleep while the mind still runs. Let everything settle down, like the surface of the water after the rain. Before sleeping, whisper a word of gratitude. Thank this body, for though it is tired, it has served us all day long. Thank the people around us. Whether they have been good to us or not, they have all helped us to mature. Thank this life for giving us one more day to live, to love, to learn how to be tolerant. When the heart is filled with gratitude, the mind is naturally light. And when the mind is light, dreams are beautiful. To sleep in right mindfulness is not to fall asleep quickly, but to sleep deeply, deep in the breath, deep in gratitude, deep in the light of the Buddha Dharma. At that moment, you will feel a warm stream of energy spreading through you, like a gentle golden light shining throughout your entire body, soothing every cell, every blood vessel, every ache and pain. The mind consciousness gradually lets go. The breath becomes even, and sleep comes as naturally as a flower blooming in the early morning dew. And then, when you open your eyes the next morning, you will find your heart strangely different, no longer heavy, no longer fearful. Every small thing suddenly becomes lovely. The song of a bird, the early morning sun, or a cup of warm water can make a feeling of gratitude well up in your heart. That is the energy of right mindfulness, the energy that creates good fortune, favorable conditions, and peace. Believe that one peaceful night's sleep can change the entire next day. For when body and mind are in harmony, wholesome energy spreads, and the universe also smiles upon us. Good fortune does not come from somewhere else. It is born from within the mind. When we are at peace, blessings naturally find their way to us. When we are wholesome, our destiny is naturally auspicious. Therefore, tonight, as you close these eyes, close also your afflictions. Let the light of compassion envelop you. Let the gentle sound of the Buddha's name guide you into a deep slumber. Sleep soundly, with body and mind in tranquility. When you awaken tomorrow, good fortune and favorable conditions will smile upon you.